Good evening. Calling to order the Antioch Police Oversight Commission, May 5th at 6:30 p.m. Can I have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Kennedy,
Present.
Commissioner Lacey Oha,
Present.
Commissioner Haddon, Commissioner Elikwachi,
Present.
Vice Chair Williams,
Present.
Chair Taylor.
Present.
We have a quorum with Commissioner Haddon absent at roll call.
Thank you. Can we please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all. Happy Cinco de Mayo, everybody. So consent calendar. It is recommended that the Antioch Police Oversight Commission continue the meeting minutes of April 21st to the next meeting. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
The motion to continue the minutes for April 21st, 2025 passes 5-0.
Thank you. And then on to new business, we'll have a presentation on the dispatch call intake overview.
Hi there, my name's Stacy Malsom. I'm the dispatch manager, and I'm here to tell you a little bit about our dispatch center. So in last year, sorry, let me move it so it's not right on me. Last year, our dispatch center took approximately 225,000 calls. So what we do is answer all the 911 lines for the city of Antioch, but we also receive CHP calls, non-emergency calls, medical calls. Everything starts with us, even if we later transfer it out. So we operate 24/7. We answer after hours for public works, animal control, and any other calls that are either non-emergent or 911 calls. Staffing-wise, we have myself, 4 lead dispatchers, 8 full-time dispatchers. We currently have 2 trainees and 3 openings. The state recommends that we try to answer all 911 calls within 10 seconds. We also have other ways of taking emergency calls. We have text to 911 coming in. We have an email system. We have social media. So we sometimes get our calls like that if people don't want to call directly. Texts are not always as good because sometimes people think they give us enough, or you can track their cell phone, but cell phones are not as accurate as we think they are, so it could give us a big coverage where you may send a text and not get the help you're looking for. On top of that, we have a lot of stuff that's going on in the room, so like any vehicles that are stolen, dispatchers enter into a system. Any people that are missing, we enter into a system. If you had a restraining order or a gun stolen, we like to do those kind of things too. But today, I'll kind of give you a rundown on what happens. So if you were to call 911, the first thing we're going to find out is where you are, because sometimes people don't realize that you go to the city you're calling 911 in. So if you had an emergency in, say, Oakland or San Francisco, we have to get you the right help. But if you're in Antioch, we'll start by getting your address, find out a little bit about what's going on, and then the dispatchers assign your call a priority. So the highest priority call would be a priority 1, meaning we should get somebody over there as soon as we have an officer available. And that could be something like a shooting, somebody hurt, a car accident, a fire. It could be a lot of things. Then we have the priority 2s, which are equally important but not life-threatening. So those would be, a lot of times we have some kind of accidents that maybe are blocking traffic, but nobody's life is in danger, or something else, like a problem, or you want somebody to leave, but there's no violence. Those would be a priority 2. The priority 3 calls we take are more crimes that are not against people, but like property crimes. So if your car was broken into, or if your home was broken into and you've checked it and nobody's inside, we would make that a 3, because you do get a response. It's just not going to be as quickly as the ones where somebody's life's in danger. We also have a number of resources that we can use. So one is the care team. So if we were to take a call and there was no weapons involved and the care team happened to be available before an officer was available, they're designed to de-escalate situations, so we may use them. We also have community service officers, and that may be something that we would use in place of an officer too. So if your car was broken into or your home was broken into and you want to file a report but the wait time's getting long, we can sometimes use our community service officers for that. It's just different ways of when we take a call, we figure out what's going on and then try to use the best resource that we have available. After we take a call and prioritize it, we'll figure out what else is going on at the same time, and then we go over the radio to the officers to tell them what call, or if they can maybe clear their call that they're on, or if you, because sometimes you need more than one officer too, so we need 2 people for most calls. So depending upon the urgency is when we'll go over and say, hey, we have a big incident, we need a lot of officers to clear, or hey, we need our swing shift units to clear, and then just triage like that. So, I think I've gone over the ways that we take calls, and then after we take them, we have a number of tools. We also have GPS on all the cars, so that's helpful to tell us who's closest to each crime that's going on. A lot of times when we get 911 calls, people just will say an address and scream. So it takes a little bit of calming them down or looking up their phone number or try and find something to, because if we just have the numbers, we don't know the street, it takes a lot to look into what they're calling to report. So sometimes that takes a little bit of time, and then you have to go back to prioritizing with whatever other calls are pending. So that's kind of how we do it on our end. And I know we're welcome to have people come into dispatch and listen in, and that would kind of give you a better picture of what's going on at the time and how many people are working too. It's just kind of an overview.
Thank you. Is there any public comment?
Nicole Gardner?
Hi, I just walked in, so I don't know if I missed this, but I just wanted to say, about a week and a half ago, I had a community member that was in my group that reached out to me and was saying that there was a woman that was in front of her home, and she's very, sympathetic to unhoused people. She offered the lady clothing, or actually gave her clothing, socks, blankets, some food, and things like that, asking me what I thought was the best way to handle the situation. I said, call the mental health crisis response team. She was kind of iffy. She was like, I don't know about calling the police, I don't, really trust that. The next day, she sent me a video, which I will be sending all of you tomorrow, of the lady on the edge of the sidewalk, laying down, sleeping. And 4 APD officers rolled up on her, you could see in the video, talked to her, or actually didn't talk to her, they were kind of just observing, seeing that she was asleep. And then, a couple seconds later, a couple of the officers snatched the blankets off of her and sat her down. She was sitting down on the edge of the sidewalk and illegally detained and handcuffed her. And this was about a week and a half ago. You could see, there was no audio, but you could see in the video, she sent me her ring video. And, as soon as 2 of the officers did that, they both assisted each other with arrest or putting her in handcuffs. I didn't know that it was, I thought if you were detained and in handcuffs, like you had to be committing a crime or in the process of committing a crime. That didn't seem like this was the case. One of the officers that assisted with the handcuffing of her went immediately to his vehicle and pulled his vehicle up and opened the back door as though he was getting ready to put her in there. And then talked to the other officers. You can't really hear what they were saying, but ended up at the end of the day, just she getting up, taking her things and going down the street. So I say this as far as the dispatch goes is because when someone, whoever made that call for them to come out there, why are we not sending the mental health crisis response team out there? That was a situation. I just went to a meeting at Councilmember Monica Wilson's community meeting that she just had recently, where our chief and our city manager said that we don't even send officers out there like that. People in the community were talking about how they can't even get officers to come after somebody has burglarized their homes, but yet we're still having them show up 4 deep for one woman that was literally laying down asleep. So I'm just curious as far as the dispatch goes, and then I'll talk more on some other stuff. What happens and why they're not sending out the mental health response team? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
No. No more public comments for this.
Thank you. Open for discussion for commissioners.
I actually wanted to kind of find out about the response times for dispatch. When a call comes in, can I ask you about that? All right. So you mentioned that a priority one is
Life or death, usually.
like a shooting or something that's hot. It's going
Yes.
out hot. And a priority two is something that is what? What did you say
Like
that
an
was?
in-progress crime, it's something, you could be having like a problem at your home with a family member or something, but it's in progress and not life or death. So it's something that still could cause harm and that should be taken seriously, but it's not as high up as, like you said, a shooting or like a big car accident. It could also be a house that's broken into, but nobody's checked inside to make sure. A lot of house alarms are priority twos. An aggressive dog could be a priority two. So there's a lot of things that are priority two. It's just not as urgent as a priority one.
My question is, from the time that you get a priority one that shows up in your pending calls, from the time you receive that to the time it goes out to the field, do you have a written policy around dispatch times from the time you receive the call entry to call dispatch?
Kind of. So we have a policy, but there's no way to predict how many priority one calls will be at the same time versus the amount of officers working. So as soon as you take a priority one call, if you don't have an officer available to send, you'd notify the patrol sergeant. Like, hey, I'm pending, because there is times that there's more than one priority one call pending, and they could be at different parts of the city. And also you get a lot of calls for everything. So at a fire, you could take 10 people calling in for the fire because they don't know somebody else is calling. And there's no way, if they're calling from different streets, that you can confirm it's the same fire either. So it could start out as 4 fires pending. So you could have 4 fires pending at one time, plus like a family fight and like some other priority ones all at once. And there's no way to say how many you'll have, but they are the first to go out. I don't have the exact times with me. I can look into it. We do try and get them out as quick as possible, but it's not always within a certain amount of time.
And so is that the discretion of the dispatcher, or is it at the discretion of the sergeant? Like when they come up they pop up on the board, you have a protocol that you're supposed to get those hot ones out, the priority ones out immediately? Like within 2 minutes, you want to try to get it out?
And if you can't, or if you don't have anybody available, then you notify the sergeant and you just keep checking on it until you can get somebody to it. And oftentimes we'll try and clear somebody. So if I had an officer that was on a call, like say taking a stolen vehicle report, and I know that they're almost done, we'll tell them, hey, we have a priority one right by you, can you clear? And if they say, yes, we'll do it in 1 minute, we don't go any further with it because we know they're going to start that way.
So one of the things that you talked about, you mentioned that the dispatch center fielded 225,000 calls in 2024.
Yes.
So of those 225,000 calls, that includes 911, non-emergency. This is
Public Works, animal control. It could be anything that started off as a dispatch call. Sometimes if people are calling for the records department, they don't realize it and they'll start by calling dispatch. or when your car is found, like a stolen car that's found, you'd call dispatch just to find out where it was towed to or who has it. So it could be a number of calls that come in.
Okay, so in other words, this is the total number of calls that you have fielded, but not specifically 911 calls for emergency response.
Yes, and 911 calls are not always what you think. We think that people call 911 only in an emergency, but sometimes your version of an emergency is a little bit different than somebody else's. So even if we had the 911 calls, I don't know that those would all be emergencies either.
And I know one of the things that has come up from time to time is you were talking about property crimes where there's no one inside or no one has gone inside. I assume that the property crimes, especially if it is somebody who's broken into a home, you know, let's say you come home from work at 2:30 and you realize your home has been broken into. If you call 911, that's going to be a priority 3 because it's already happened. And so if the officers don't, that's going to be like way further down the line.
Maybe. So if you came home and you said my house was broken into, I would ask you, how long have you been gone? Can you see anything suspicious? And if you say, yeah, my front door is open, someone could be inside, it's a priority 2. But if you say, I already went inside, there's no bad guys in the house, I don't know anything else, then yes, it's a priority 3. We can get somebody over to you when we have somebody available. And at that point, our CSOs can respond to that call as well.
And then you were talking about the text to 911, and I know one of there's a plus to that allows people to call or to reach out in difficult situations where speaking would put them at risk.
Right.
But it also is a challenge for you all because you don't have the location. Are you seeing people making more 911 calls in general from cell phones? I know that there was a time when if you called 911 from your home, that address popped
And
up.
that still happens. So if you call from a home, it does pop up, but less people have home lines than in the past. We also have what's called like a TTY service, and that's for people that are hard of hearing or anything else. They'll go through a translator or a video service, and those calls come in to us as well. So both of those are other ways. The text to 911 is really easy, and it does work for a lot of people, but it's something where you need to have your phone, because if you just text help and you can't answer back, it's ineffective.
Great, thank you.
I was going to ask about the staff numbers. Can you go back to the staff? I know you said you had 4 lead dispatchers. And
Yes,
then
we
what was the other
have
numbers?
8 full-time dispatchers, and right now we have 5 openings, but we have 2 in training. So hopefully we only have 3 openings, just depending upon how the training process goes.
Mhm.
But because dispatch centers are 24/7, if your partner calls out sick after you, dispatch shifts are 12 hours, and as soon as they call out sick, you're now working a 16.
Okay,
So
right. And I was going to ask, is the staffing level affecting the job, like the way that you guys get calls dispatched out, or?
yes.
Okay.
It is a problem because it's causing fatigue for dispatchers, and dispatchers have to miss a lot of stuff because you have to be there on holidays. So you have to work on Christmas, you have to work on the 4th of July, you have to work on New Year's, you have to work on your kid's birthday. So when we're fully staffed, there's a way that maybe somebody's willing to do a trade for you. But when we're not fully staffed or someone calls out sick, you go from working a 12-hour shift to a 16-hour shift. You then have an 8-hour turnaround and have to come back the next morning. So it is affecting people.
Okay. And I understand it's a lengthy process to get hired as a dispatcher.
It is.
Yeah.
And the training process is difficult too, because you can't have every situation in training, and you think you can go every call. My first 911 call that I was ready, I was going to take this 911 call and I was going to do so good, was somebody who couldn't get a kid in a car seat. And so I was like, I'm not thinking right. What do you mean you can't get them in a car seat? Well, when you have a 2-year-old and they arch their back, you can't get them in. So this was a grandpa, and he called 911. And I was shook. Like, I probably could have handled the shooting better than I could handle this, because I had no idea what to tell him. So it's just something that by experience you learn, and obviously I did fine and he didn't need help, but it's just not what you think all the time on 911.
Okay. I was just asking because, I think that efficiency at work, it does help with the rest of the community at large. So.
And sometimes people think, and sometimes dispatchers are rude too, and sometimes it's not intentional, but if you're telling a story that's long and it really could be an emergency, I have to cut you off and be like, where are you calling from? Because I can't get you help if your cell phone goes down.
Yeah.
The story is important, but first we need to get your location. And so that is sometimes tough to overcome too when you're wanting people to call in.
Absolutely. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to know like the time frame that you have to get someone hired and how many people are in the pipeline that have applications in. Just
Let's
curious.
cross our fingers that we see it posted soon.
Oh.
I said, let's cross our fingers that we see it posted soon.
Oh, okay. Well, hey, thank you for the answering those questions.
Few more, don't leave yet.
Hello. I was wondering if you are able to tell me if there is training involving a situation where someone was going across, for example, A Street on a buggy and did not slow down and stop. What would be the dispatcher's response to that? Because I had experienced that recently, and a lot of questions were asked.
I have a lot of questions right now. You just telling me it so I can picture that, because I would want to know if it's like a safety thing, a buggy. Is it kids? Is it somebody in a helmet? Which way are they going? What do they look like? And a lot of that and the questions are not to question you, but it's because officers are coming from different areas. So if you're telling me somebody's wearing pink on a green bike with a helmet, I can tell them, hey, I see you're on West 4th and A Street. I have somebody on a scooter coming your way wearing pink on a green bike. Look out for it. Even if you're on another call or taking a stolen, you can tell me that you saw that or didn't see it, and it narrows down the directions. So there are a lot of questions, but a lot of it is to tell the officers that we've tried to ask that, what they're doing. And sometimes a lot of people call for the same thing, so I could just be trying to verify that you're calling about the same thing as the other person, because maybe your call is more accurate and I want to update to the location you're giving me versus the call I took from him earlier where the person was further down A Street. So now I have a better location for it. So there are a lot of questions involved.
Yes, because I got a lot of questions, and this was like 8 a.m. as I'm on my way to church, and it's like, okay, ma'am, I said, this person just flew right past on the train tracks.
And you think that you're telling us everything we need, and then there's
Yes.
100 more questions. I had to call 911 for my mom one time, and the medical dispatcher told me, like, I have somebody more qualified than you on the other line, and I was like, okay. But
Yes.
because they had a lot of questions that I wasn't sure about, but
Yes.
we do ask a lot of questions. My children hate it. It's my life.
Right, and I have one more question. Are you able to answer the question on when does the response team come out and deal with a situation involving an unhoused individual?
So, kind of. I can say that if they're available, so if we were to have 10 of those calls pending, we may not send them all for the response team if somebody else was able to help with that. It would depend specifically what it was. If you had an unhoused person that somebody wasn't sure if they were okay, I wouldn't save that for the response team. I would send an officer, because if you need medical attention, it's a higher priority to me than holding it for something. If the response team had 10 calls pending and an officer was available in that area to check on someone, we may go the officer first. If it was a business who said they can't open their doors, or if there was any kind of verbal arguments, or sometimes even people yelling at them, I would send somebody, because I don't want that to escalate if they're not available. And they have one unit, they are very helpful, but they take one call at a time. Or sometimes they'll tell us too, like, hey, we've already went out there 3 times, start with an officer. So we do send them, but it just depends on the calls that are coming in at the time to determine who gets sent.
If someone did want to apply for that job to be dispatched, where do they go? Is it
To the city of Antioch when the job's posted.
just for those watching at home? Just want to
Yeah,
make sure they
the
know.
city of Antioch will usually have it. You can also fill out an interest card.
Interest card. Okay, great, thank you.
We like to do sit-ins too, so if somebody was interested, they can always reach out to me and we can get them to sit in to see what you're working with, so you have an idea, because it's a little bit different than you think.
Emails coming soon.
Yes.
Commissioner Alquachi.
Okay. The care team, I'm not quite clear on who staffs that. If someone can kind of let us know, like, what is the credentials of the person on the care team? Like is it called the
Angela Quinta Crisis Response Team.
Response team?
Yes.
And I also want to ask, with that, do you feel that your dispatchers are very competent of the criteria that they're using to send someone out? Or is it kind of,
No, I feel pretty
Unclear.
confident that we're clear on that.
Okay.
However, sometimes people know the trick that if you yell, "He has a gun," you get officers more quickly. And I've been there 20 years, and so sometimes I can go, "It doesn't sound right to me," but I don't know and I can't see them. So I'd still have to make that call higher than what I normally would because you're telling me he has a gun. So I am confident, but I'm only so confident that I'm on the other end of the line and I can't see what's going on there. The care team for me has always been somebody that I enjoy working with. I find them helpful and I feel like they do good work. I know that they offer resources, but I'm not on that end of it and I don't know what their requirements are.
okay.
And
Does anyone
I would also like to point out that the care team are not city employees. We contract with them.
Okay.
So, and I know that they have come and given presentations to this council, to city council, or this commission and city council in the past. So that may be something, if this commission would like some more information on that, that could be something that could possibly put on a future agenda. And the only reason why I jump in is because I'm not sure, because they aren't city employees, I'm not sure if we can really speak so much to their competency, to their skill. I don't personally know it. I do know that there was a contract with the city to do it, and there were reasons why that contract was made. It was established before, for example, I got here. I'm not sure exactly how much, I don't know how much dispatch has interactions with them aside from the dispatching that's happening, but I assume that they didn't go through their credentials beforehand. So just to make sure that it's clear that since they are operated an outside source, that may be the better place to get the information that you're seeking.
And then I just have two more quick questions. One is that you were talking about 225,000 total calls, that is both non-emergency, emergency, and whatever else that you guys handle. Do you know how many non-emergency calls you handle? Excuse me, emergency calls you handle?
I do. I don't have it with me. There is a report. We have a reporting system that'll give us a report kind of every month and say how many calls come in. And also because by the state, your goal is to really answer every 911 call within 10 seconds. It tells us how we're doing with that as well as the staffing hours. So normally we have 2 dispatchers on at a time. And if we see that it's taking longer than the 10 seconds, we try and get additional help at that time.
Do you know your service level right now? Like how many of those calls are you handling within the 10 seconds?
I believe last year it was 85%.
85%.
Most of the time it was a little bit higher, but overall I think it came to about 85%.
And the last question I have on this is you mentioned that you guys handle CHP calls.
We transfer to CHP, but if you're not on the freeway and you're by the freeway, so even on an on-ramp or something like that, we would get the call.
Okay. Thank you.
And the only question I had, just for clarification, when speaking about the crisis team, a person can call in and specifically request the crisis team, or would you still have to triage said
We
call?
still do a little bit of triaging it because you can call and request the crisis team, but then say something immediately that's going to have them not come. They can respond to certain things, but if somebody punched you, that's a crime. So you may want the crisis response team, and maybe we can send them in addition to an officer if you were saying, and a lot of people will call them like the purple shirts, and we can send them with an officer, but when it comes down to it, it's a crime and you've been assaulted, so you get an officer as well.
Okay, just making sure, because I think this presentation came from the question of how does community members gain direct access to
We
the
actually have
crisis
it go
response
both
team?
ways, where people will call in and say, hey, I really want the care team. And we're like, okay, tell me what's going on. And they're like, it's a known person. She's out here today. I think she's upset. She might just need resources. No problem. And we can send the care team. If it becomes something where they're walking in traffic or they're a danger, that it's probably not going to work, but we can still start with them. Or if, say, they have 20 calls, or if they were in a meeting, we're not going to hold it for them. So yes, you can call and request it. It just may not happen that way every time. We also have the other end where people say immediately, I don't want the care team. I've talked to them a couple times. Can you do this? So
Okay, so again, a person can call 911, dispatch can pick up, and they can say, I'm specifically requesting the crisis team to come out, or purple shirts.
and we're still going to have 100 questions for you, yes.
Okay. You're still going to triage?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kennedy?
Just to follow up to that, so there is not another number for the public to call for the
You can call the non-emergency line. as
Right, but
well.
I mean, it's gonna come, any call for the crisis response team or the care team
Is coming to us.
is coming through dispatch. They
Yes.
are not, they are not sent out, they are not dispersed in any other way other than through the dispatch center.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't work for them, but I do believe that they do a lot of follow-up on their end. So they may call people to check on them and do follow-up on their end without going through dispatch, but the initial call comes through dispatch.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that clarification.
I have a question real quickly. I just would like to know what the criteria is for dispatch, like what, are they towed? Like what is the protocol or policy that dispatchers receive in training in academy or on the floor about? They have to meet certain criteria in order for you to dispatch that. Do you have a written document like that or any kind of protocol?
Sorry. As far as the care team, what is the?
Like when to dispatch?
So we do have a policy of what they can handle, kind of, but it changes, there's no set in stone if they can do this, if they can't do this. It also depends on what they're doing or how many calls they have pending to decide if we'd send them or somebody else. They're really good on the radio that if we say, hey, we have 6 calls pending, they'll say we can't get to 6 calls, we're only on for this long, go ahead and give us the first 2 and we'll see what we can do. So sometimes, even if it was a call for them, they can't make it.
I will add that in our annual recommendation, we did suggest that there was policy added surrounding the Angelo Quinto Crisis Response Team, just because it was lacking in general. I mean, I think that's mainly because it was a new project that the city brought on, so there was not really a policy for, the way that they're dispatched out. And then also, Alicia, who is staffed with the crisis team, generally does come out and sit at our meetings. She's not here tonight, but she generally does come, so hopefully you'll meet her or agendize a presentation from them. Any other discussion?
I just have
you.
one more question,
Oh.
I'm sorry. Can you tell us what is priority call number 1? I know you may have stated it, but I missed it.
You want to know what a priority 1 call is?
Yes.
It could be a lot of things. It's anything with life or death.
Oh.
So if you were threatening suicide, if you were just in a big accident, we don't know if anyone's injured, if there was a shooting, if there was a drowning, if there was a fire. If you were arguing and somebody pulled out a gun, that would make it a priority 1 call. If you saw somebody you thought was unconscious, that would be a priority 1 call. Anything that could involve like immediate life or death is a priority 1.
I have another question. If there was a car accident, that would be priority call number 3?
It depends.
It depends
Because
on
the
the
first thing we'll
situation.
say is, can you tell if anyone's injured, or can you ask them? Or are
Okay.
you involved in the accident? If you're involved in the accident and so is the other person, I'll say to you, we don't really need to send an officer out if you guys are safely out of the roadway and you can exchange information. If by some chance you're out of the roadway but you want an officer to come help you exchange information, priority 3. If you just saw an accident or heard it, it's a priority 1 because we don't know if anyone's hurt or trapped.
Do you have a policy or protocol around handling non-emergency calls on 911?
That's again subjective because what's a non-emergency to you is an emergency to somebody else. So we only have a certain amount of 911 lines coming in, and if it ends up being like, you're like, my car got broken into sometime last night, I'll say, you know what, we only have 6 emergency lines. I need you to call on a non-emergency line and we can help you. So we do try and get them over to the non-emergency lines, but if you were screaming and we can't figure it out, we'll just take it on 911.
That's it for discussion? Thank you. Moving on to item 4-2, presentation on mutual aid.
Good evening. Happy Cinco de Mayo. So good evening, Commissioners. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present today. For those who don't know me, I'm Lieutenant Matt Cook. I'm one of the Patrol Watch Commanders assigned to our Community Policing Bureau on patrol. So I'm here to provide a concise overview of our Contra Costa County Law Enforcement Mutual Aid Agreement, also known as the LEMA Agreement. This agreement forms a foundation for how law enforcement agencies across our county work together during large-scale emergencies and disasters. The purpose and some legal foundation. The Lima Agreement is grounded in the California Emergency Services Act and the 1950 State Master Mutual Aid Agreement. It empowers participating agencies to coordinate and share resources efficiently to protect life and property when individual agency capabilities are exceeded. Importantly, this agreement is not intended to replace the day-to-day mutual aid that local law enforcement agencies need. It's designated specifically for significant emergency scenarios such as natural disasters, civil disturbances, and acts of terrorism. There are a couple key features to the mutual aid agreement. One, it's a voluntary participation. Participation is entirely voluntary and is at the sole discretion of the responding agency. Agencies are not obligated to respond and can withdraw at any time without penalty. The second would be operational coordination. The county sheriff acts as the operational area coordinator. Any request for aid goes through the requesting agency and to the sheriff for county mobilization. The request for the agency maintains the requesting agency maintains operational control unless the event is multi-jurisdictional. Third is the mutual aid. It's the mobile field force, which we commonly refer to as the MAMF team. They're a structured, pre-trained, and well-organized force drawn from multiple agencies. They're organized into regional squads. You have the East Squad, Central, West, South, and then the county sheriff's units. The Antioch Police Department is assigned to the East Squad. We at Antioch Police Department, we have one police sergeant and 4 officers that are assigned to the squad. The other agencies assigned to our East Squad are the Pittsburgh Police Department, Oakley Police Department, Brentwood, East Bay Regional Parks, and the Contra Costa County College District Police. And there are roughly 15 officers and 1 sergeant assigned to our squad. Each squad has pretty equal numbers assigned to them. So the MAP teams there are used for high-risk incidents such as civil unrest. And members, all members on the MAP team do receive post-certified training, and they operate under the ICS, the Incident Command System. Fourth would be key feature is the command and communications. There is a clear chain of command protocols with authority delegated to the on-scene incident commanders. And interoperable communication systems such as eBricks are used to maintain contact across all jurisdictions. And fifth would be the responsibility and liability. Each agency is responsible for its own personnel, including payroll, overtime, injuries, and equipment. The liability and indemnification are mutual, so each party is responsible for its own actions and agrees to hold the other harmless. Requesting agencies must provide logistical support like food, lodging, fuel, and for the deployed personnel. Transparency and accountability. The agreement includes protocols for use of force. So if there are any uses of force, the individual agency oversees their officers for that force. So if there were any citizen complaints or review processes that would be done through our agency, we would investigate our officers. If there were other officers on our squad, they would be referred to their own agency for review. The handling of officer-involved shootings, investigation, and citizen complaints, like I say, are done by the home agency. And post-after action reports are done to evaluate the response and also to improve future operations. So in summary, the 2025 Lima Agreement ensures that the Contra Costa County law enforcement agencies are prepared, coordinated, and capable of mounting an effective collective response during major incidents while respecting the agency's autonomy, public accountability, and operational transparency. And if I can just add to that some examples of what the mobile field force would be used for. You have, for I guess several years back, there was some civil unrest and some rioting, for example, in Walnut Creek. There was some, and this occurred in their downtown area. The request was made through the county for a mobile field force response. They pre-planned it and responded out there, and through the different teams or squads, they were able to bring rest to the city. Now, kind of skipping gears to your day-to-day mutual aid requests or outside assistance. This is pretty much outlined in our Antioch policy, policy 317, and it defines what our officers and supervisors' roles and responsibilities are. Generally, calls for assistance from other agencies are routed to the on-duty supervisor and or watch commander for approval. The watch commander or supervisor will, when feasible, ensure a warrant or teletype or other probable cause declaration has been reviewed and assessed. And they'll be able, the supervisor or watch commander will then make the appropriate call as far as what action will take. Additionally, when receiving any requests for assistance in serving an arrest or search warrants, the supervisor will first meet with the respective case agent in charge of that, and they'll go through their warrants, they'll look at their ops plans, they'll kind of review everything and make an appropriate determination as far as what, if any, of our Antioch resources will be deployed. Some examples of our patrol level day-to-day, we would frequently get requests for, or we ask for requests for, let's say, sideshows. Sometimes we get made aware through intelligence of when a sideshow may occur, but oftentimes they come just out of the blue for us, and we have to respond. And depending on the scale of the sideshow, it depletes our resources. And like our dispatch manager previously said, they could be on several different 911 priority calls and response times and things like that. So we have to, as a supervisor or watch commander, we assess that. And oftentimes the mutual aid request is get requested from outside agencies such as like Brentwood, Pittsburgh, Oakley, CHP, and we work coordinated to resolve those situations. Other requests would be critical incidents. Say there's a shooting that had just occurred and our resources are taxed. We'll request outside agencies to come in and provide assistance. Generally, they're perimeter folks that help out with our perimeter, so our officers can work the incident and get it to be as quickly resolved as possible. So I guess with that, that's kind of all I have. So I turn it over to you guys if you have any questions of me.
Can we go ahead and do public comment first?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Is there any public comment?
I just gotta say, you got a sideshow out there right now. That's all I had to say.
Leslie May?
I want to ask the same. Well, I asked this question before, but since you're here, I would like to ask you, how can we make sure that when we are assisting other people, other agencies with mutual aid because they want to capture or whatever someone here in Antioch, that how do you make sure they have the right address so they don't go into the wrong house? I keep remembering that man and his neighbor and their children that were here and said they had houses together, like next door, and their house was, their two homes were hit, guns drawn, grenades, you know, those grenade things they throw, just a mess, and them and their kids were just scared. And I just want to make sure that we don't have to hear a story like that any longer. I think they have the wrong street, and I just want to make sure, how do you guys make sure that their info is the correct info so no mistakes like that are made?
Is there any other public comment?
Seeing no more public comments.
Thank you. Discussion?
Yes, going back to the very first Antioch Police Oversight Commission meeting in April of 2024, I'm going to go back because a gentleman came and gave a statement how this situation with the mutual aid, it ended up at his house, you know, and frightened his whole entire family. So I also want to know what can APD do to make sure that all of the addresses are accurate, instead of depending on receiving third-party information, if I'm making sense.
No, I think it does. To Ms. May's questions, and it kind of goes along in line with what you're asking. I'm not familiar with that incident personally, so I can't speak on that. I think it would be unfair for me to, but as far as ensuring accuracy, like I mentioned earlier, if it's a pre-planned, like search warrant, things like that, that would be up to the supervisor and watch commander, like I say, to review, make contact with the case agent. Usually there's a pre-briefing done beforehand, operational briefing with all who are involved in that. So that's where, but even before you get to the operational briefing, that's where we're reviewing search warrants, we're reviewing the ops plans. A lot of those ops plans include maps, pictures of the homes. Search warrants will have descriptions of the home, list the address specifically. So, I mean, I can't speak to what happened previously. I'm not familiar with that, but those are some of the steps that we all take, and we are hashing out essentially in our pre-op briefings. So those, we have maps, we have you know, routes to get there, and if who's assigned to what, who's on perimeter, who's not, and whose roles are what. So those are all kind of pre-done.
I know that you mentioned with the Lima agreement, that's for critical incidents, major incidents. And that's under the California Emergency Service Act for natural disasters and the like. But the one situation that you're talking about right now is they're interagency, right? And a lot of these are not pre-planned. They'll just, you know, something could be happening in one city and then they fly through Antioch and you got to assist. My question is around cost. Okay, so let's say they do have a warrant to affect something at a location in Antioch, and they let us know or let you know a little bit in advance, you know they're coming through. How do you recoup cost on that, or does Antioch eat it, or do you have an MOU with that agency that is a set amount that you're going to do in a year? Like, how do you guys recoup that cost?
That I'm not very sure. I can research that and get back to you on that. But as far as the cost goes, you know, on the day-to-day mutual aid, you know, if it's happening on the fly, as a patrol supervisor or watch commander, those are things that we're evaluating if we even get involved. Oftentimes, other agencies do come into Antioch. Let's say a pursuit, for example, a neighboring agency or whoever comes into town chasing somebody. As a supervisor, I'm evaluating what is the want for, do we need to get involved, and what is the risk of the public, and you know, we kind of weigh all the different things out. As an example, there's been times where other agencies have come in and they wanted to, they would request for us to serve their search warrant for them because they're out of county or what have you. Those are things that I kind of communicate with the other agencies, you know, watch commanders or case agents, supervisors, and we weigh out, like, is there really a need for us? This is your investigation, this is your case. Are you able, do you have the resources to respond out here and handle it yourself? So there's a lot of different things in there that we kind of have a balancing act as far as what we will assist on and what we won't. don't know if that answers your question.
It does. I was
Okay.
just wondering about the cost. How do you recoup it? But if you had additional information sometime down the line, it'd be great to have that.
Okay.
Good question for our next meeting, because they're gonna go over the budget. Mhm. Any other discussion? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
On to discussion, or line item 4-3, discussion on the upcoming scheduled public hearing for May 19th to review the APD budget.
Yes, so as you may remember last week, excuse me, I gave a presentation to the commission regarding the duties of APOC, which one of those duties outlined by Municipal Code Section 4-3.110 subsection D is the requirement for this commission to hold a public hearing to go through the proposed budget for the police department and essentially assess or ensure whether or not the proposed budget lines up with the commission's understanding of what the APD policy is. Because, you know, part of this whole exercise and what you've been, at least what some members of the commission have been doing this entire time, has been going through the policy, have gotten presentations on different policies, things of that nature. So you all are uniquely situated to be able to provide the council with that type of information based on your lens, based on the understanding that you've gained through being a member of the commission, as well as, you know, fulfilling your advisory purpose as community members to give advice to the council. To achieve that, because right now we are in budget, we're kind of in budget mode here in the city. As I'm sure some of you may be aware, I know city staff is uniquely aware of it. We've had a lot of budget meetings going on. We had the one for the police department already. That's not a budget that has already been finalized. That was just kind of the police department's proposed budget for the upcoming time. Of course, by, I believe, the end of June is when the council has to finalize a budget. And in order to make sure that we can get your feedback to the council before that time period, we kind of, we put this on calendar just so we could get you the budget information. Of course, it's all stuff that's publicly available, but I thought it would be easier to have it in your packet, so then you have it there. The community can also, when they download the full agenda, they could have all that information there saved for them. Then at the next meeting, which will be on the 19th, then there'll be a public hearing on it. And public hearing rules are slightly different than normal rules, specifically in that you can have more of a, I don't want to call it adversarial, but a competing hearing going on, where you have one person acting as a proponent for the position, another side acting as the opponent for the proposition. Those people get 10 minutes to speak instead of 3, and then comments during the hearing are 5 minutes instead of 3. So it gives the public a bit more time to engage with the commission, and gives the commission some more time to hear from the public. And we have different kind of notice requirements, which is why I want to get this on here now. I believe that the notice for the public hearing has been sent out already.
It will be published on May 9th.
Okay,
It's
so
already been sent.
it'll be published on May 9th, which meets the requirements that we have for publishing. But no decision needs to be made tonight on what the budget's going to be. It's you all in the public just kind of got this information. The public hearing will be the time to have that discussion.
Thank you. Is there any public comment? Mhm.
Yeah, so I'm a little confused, and I know you can't answer questions, but I'm just gonna kind of say what I'm thinking. So one, I just had to look up like public hearing, what are we talking about? So I'm seeing that we have the public hearing, and I kind of think I know what you're talking about, because we do that at city council meetings where you have someone who opposes or, you know, whatever, agrees or disagrees. But I'm agree or disagree with what? Because it's just about the police department budget from what it reads in the agenda. and there's no specifics or anything, like as far as cost, as far as, I don't know, because I mean, when I think about this, I would just think, I would probably want to say that, we need to, I'm not going to say defund the police, but, some of the things that are going towards the police department, I would think could go towards, helping folks or, I don't know, things like that. So I'm just really confused by why we're even bringing this up. Is it just to say that we're having a public hearing, but it's not really specifically saying what it's about? I don't know, I'm just confused. So that's why I wanted to stand up, because I'm lost, but thank you.
Is there any other public comment?
No, we do not have any more public comments.
Thank you. Discussion?
Yes, I did go over this earlier this afternoon. What I am concerned about, and I think is very important for us to have this public hearing, because we have to make sure that funding is being allocated towards training for APOC. So if everything else, I am concerned, but especially about the training for APOC, because that did not happen last year. And I have been a strong support of training for APOC. So reading the budget summary, I don't know whether that was included or not. And if it's not, I have a question why it wasn't included.
Well, the commission does not fall under the police department's authority. So it would not be included in the police department's budget. The purpose of having the hearing is because, as required by the ordinance, the APOC in the states shall review the city council's proposed budget and advise whether budgetary allocations for the police department are aligned with the police department's policies and procedures. And it goes on to state that APOC must also conduct at least one public hearing on the police department budget cycle and forward it to the city council for recommendations for change. So that is the purpose of the public hearing that's going to be happening at the next meeting. It's so then, there can be a discussion about, does the police department's budget line up with what their policies are? Does everything square in the opinion of the commission? As to the size that it'll be, there may be one side who says yes. There may be one side arguing yes, everything aligns. The other side may be arguing no, not everything aligns. As for the budget for APOC training and that stuff, I would defer to the city manager's office as to where that money would be allocated.
Yeah, I can tell you that the proposed budget, the next 2-year budget, does include additional funding for training for the Police Oversight Commission, so that is being proposed.
I looked over the budget and I was a little, let me put it this way. I listened to the city council meeting on the topic, and I felt like the police did a great job of presenting things. They backed up a lot of what they wanted to have happen or what they were looking to do, but the document itself did not do that for them. It did them a disservice in some regards. So, like, there was challenges identified in the budget: retention and recruitment, workplace expansion, officer development, sunset, the hiring bonus, so phased approach to bringing in staff. And they indicated what the allocations were and then the reductions. And, but what was missing was priorities and initiatives. Like, those priorities and initiatives were indicated in the meeting. The chief mentioned it. I don't know if it was a captain that was with him that day. He mentioned it, and they did a fabulous job of bringing that stuff up. And I got a better understanding of it. But I think for the public to have a better understanding of all the work that the police department they're trying to do with a limited budget, it should go into the document. It should actually go into the document. It should have like some kind of executive summary or something that explains the initiatives, the priorities, the things about the signing bonus going away, because it's not very effective when you got, new hires who are entry level, and they're crashing out before the training program is over with, because so it's things like that. They want to use it for laterals. Makes sense. That stuff makes sense. And like I said, they did a beautiful job of explaining that in the city council. I just felt that if it was in the document, it would make their lives, their jobs, so much easier. If you guys can just put it in there, it would be a lot better.
Everything that you just said, and I think the other thing that would be extremely beneficial is to indicate where expenditures are being shifted and changed to comply with the Department of Justice agreement. I think that's missing. Being able to identify that specifically is also something that we're not seeing here. And I think that in fairness to the public and to help provide potentially a better understanding, that information is going to be critical. So I think that's something else that would be helpful for that meeting.
Any other discussion? No, we're
I
fine.
just wanted you to elaborate more. I wanted you to elaborate more, because I think the same. I wanted to talk about.
In that last city council meeting, I forget her name, I think it was me. You had worked on some things, and I wanted to know if the work that you and the other commissioner had done was transferred over to the police chief. I know the old police chief, but did that get incorporated in this budget? Because it sounded like you guys had a lot of great suggestions on what needed to be done. What happened to all that work and time that you guys put in? Did it show up in the budget?
We are actually, and that was former Commissioner May and I that worked on those budget requests. We're actually still waiting on some of the responses from that. And I agree, those responses would assist us in vetting this new budget.
I have a question then. How long has it been since that request was sent to, I mean, I'm just gonna be real, we should have had a yes or no answer by now.
It was a very in-depth review of the budget, so it's way bigger than a yes or no. The last that I was told, it was with finance, and they were going through and trying to get the answers of the questions that we had requested. They were very in-depth. Again, as you all noted, the budgets are not very thorough, right? So in some instances, we were requesting like line items of how they got to that overall number, and different inquiries, which can be shared with you all as well. I am now on the budget ad hoc by myself, so feel free and welcome, right? But yeah, we are waiting, and then the chief is out right now, who generally handles those requests.
So I've been asked to elaborate on my reference to the Department of Justice requirements. So for example, if you look at the police compliance and professional standards page, there was no allocation for personnel at all in 2024-2025 budget. But for 2025-2026, we have $1,305,000 and change. I would assume that the bulk of that is tied to some of the requirements we have to hire the outside consultant and to deal with some of the training issues that are going to be coming along with the compliance of that agreement. Would that be correct?
Yes, that's correct. This entire budget division was created solely to comply with the Department of Justice agreement. It didn't exist prior to that. And to answer your earlier question, the budget that is currently in there is going to be a general fund allocation. So it's not being taken from any other part of the police department budget. It's being added to the police department budget.
Thanks. One other question. So this document was for the study session that the city council had in the middle of March. And so based on the question and the information that the chair just provided, is there anything that is updated? Or are we gonna be discussing something that was put up as part of an agenda item on the 18th of March and that has perhaps shifted, changed, or been updated?
I believe there have been some minor updates to the budget. Right now, because we're in budget development, it's an ever-changing document, and it's going to continue. We're continuing to make adjustments, and will all the way up until the point where it's adopted. So, but what those changes are, I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
Thanks very much.
My question is, so will the information that goes out to the public for the meeting on the 19th, will it include those minor changes, or is it just what's in this packet?
It should include those changes.
It will include those changes, so we'll get another packet with those changes in it.
Correct, right? So even though the public hearing is going to be announced next week, that information will come with the agenda packet.
Gotcha.
So on the 9th, what goes out will be updated to the public, and then on the 19th, we will have the most updated version.
Well, you'll get it within 72 hours
Correct.
before the 19th, yes.
Mhm. So as we review this for the next few weeks, basically keep in mind that it's an overview.
Okay. I do have another question. I'm sorry. I do have another question because in that meeting, I saw that they made a change. They wanted to move, I think it was the economic development director or position into the community development department or unit. And I know that it seemed like the council was going to push back against that, like they didn't want that. So I'm wondering, and I don't think, is anyone here that's able to kind of talk a little bit about that position and what the reasoning was as to why they wanted to remove it out?
No, and that is outside the scope of what this
Thank
commission,
you.
so it would just
Yes.
be the police department budget. That is something that has nothing to do with the police department.
Okay. So so they had it in there when they were talking about the police department.
No, I believe that that discussion happened, I know that that request was made at least on one other occurrence, but with the police department budget, it would have no effect on what happens with any other directors. It only would affect the police, how many captains, how many whatever they have. For example, the creation of the new police compliance and professional standards division, which is actually part of the budget allocation, is being added to the police department's budget. And then, just for full disclosure, the city attorney's office is also getting a deputy city attorney position, because that'll be used to backfill the work that would be handled by somebody at the assistant city attorney position, who is going to be assisting the police department with the implementation of everything.
And just for clarification, any funding for the Angelo Quinto response team does not fall under the purview of the police department budget. That is under the public safety budget, correct? And is there any overlap or, overlay at all with what the police department does as far as any response or assistance? That will all clearly be handled in the public safety division budget, is that correct?
Yes, currently the Angelo Quinto Community Response Team does fall in the Public Safety and Community Resources Department. It is, the contract is managed by them, but as you know, in practice, they work closely with the police department in providing services to the community.
I don't know if this was asked already, but which funds are used from the police department for the community events and things like that? They do. What is it called?
I don't know what it's called off the top of my head. I don't know if Lieutenant Cook would have that information, but yeah, there are funds in the police department budget for that purpose.
Okay.
Yeah, when I shared the document that myself and former Commissioner May put together, there were several questions surrounding the community
That's what I
engagement
wanted to
budget.
get to. Okay, thank you. I just didn't see it.
Any other questions or discussion? No, go.
We have allocated 88 sworn officers with 29 vacancies.
I believe that is, I'm not sure if the staffing numbers have changed since that meeting, because, you know, it's constantly changing, but at the time that this document was made, we had 88 sworn officers. I don't know if Captain Cook has, Lieutenant Cook? Lieutenant Cook has any update on staffing when it comes to that?
All right, yes, so as of today, we are currently staffed at 87 sworn. We have 5 on long-term injury leave, 1 on long-term military leave. So with those 6 out, we're currently at 81 fully staffed working officers. We have no officers on administrative leave. We currently have 12 officers in the field training program right now and 3 more onboarding in the next couple weeks. And we currently have 5 recruits in 2 different academies that are going on right now. And we are continuing our hiring selection, and there's a lot of pool to work with there. So, but aside from that, I think as it stands right now, we're allocated with the DOJ agreement, if I'm not mistaken, at 117. So, and we are currently at 87. And that number changes week to week, so.
So how many are actually working in the field today, like actually out there rolling out in a unit, you know,
Out in the field?
out in the field?
Yeah, so right now we have a total of 5 patrol shifts. So we have what we call our blue side of the week. They work Saturday, Sunday, Monday. They work 3 12.5s. So those are our 2 shifts right now. So you have day shift and graveyard. And right now, patrol blue side day shift, let's say for example today, they are staffed at, 7 officers and 2 supervisors. Graveyard officers, same thing, they're staffed with 7 and 2 supervisors. And then we have the other side of the work week, which is a Tuesday through Friday, and they work a 4-10 schedule. And there's 3 shifts there. You have day, swings, and graveyard. And again, each shift there is staffed with approximately 7 officers and 2 supervisors. With the exception of swing shift, there's only 1 supervisor on that crew right now.
It also indicated that the actual needs for APD is 130 to 135 officers in that last meeting. But I noticed that in the document, it doesn't talk about that at all. What you guys really actually need to be effective is way more officers than what's actually in the budget. Was there ever any discussion about just putting it out there to give a better picture of what the real needs are of the police department? Because this seems to be kind of conservative.
Yeah, I mean, where we're staffed at the 117, that's just currently what we're authorized and budgeted for. I know the chief of police has given, I think, a presentation, maybe even at the budget session, where, you know, the request would for sure be at 135. And then it just kind of comes down to officer per capita. There's a lot of different evaluations in there, but for a city our size, you know, 135 would be very nice.
Sure. Oh, go ahead. So I have a question for you. I know you may not be able to answer my question, but do you know how long will it take to get up to the number that is required in terms of the hiring, the selection of new officers?
It's hard to tell. I can't predict the future, but I can assure you that I'd like to especially give out a special kudos to our administrative staff and our recruiting team, and even our human resources department. They've been working tirelessly over the last year and a half, and they have done a tremendous job getting our staffing levels to where it is today. Yeah, the officers feel the effects of, you know, seeing more staff. There's, you know, the morale and overall wellness is improving just based on getting the staffing to where it's at today. More work to be done, you know, and even with our field training officers, they're the ones that are essentially boots on the ground, putting the training into the new hires, and they've been working tirelessly in getting these new officers trained, and they've done a tremendous job getting people through the program and out there in the streets today. We had an officer that just finished the field training program on Saturday. He is our newest officer that will be going to the weekend day shift next week. So like I say, week to week it changes. So next week, day shift, they're gonna be staffed at 8 officers and 2 supervisors. So it kind of all varies, and I can't predict injuries, leaves, things like that. Or pending retirements, you know, everything kind of changes on a flux. It's a kind of a give and take. So, but overall, I would say to get to 87 in the relative short amount of time has been due to the hard work that has gone on behind the scenes. So,
Just to clarify, so if I look here at the allocated positions, and we have 88 officers, and we have 29 vacancies, and our goal is 117, why have we only budgeted for 88 officers in the upcoming budget?
Yeah, so currently, as you may know, the city is facing a sizable deficit, and so what's being done is what's being called a phased hiring approach. So we're allocated for the number of positions that staff feel can be filled during that fiscal year, and then in the subsequent fiscal year, the additional positions will be authorized.
Got it, thank you.
One last question for you.
Yes.
For less than lethal, are you dealing with just tasers, or what else? Because I only saw them talk about tasers. What are some of the other things that you
for
guys?
less lethal, those more commonly are referred to as our 40 millimeter less lethal launchers. They're the foam sponge rounds.
Okay, so.
Thank you for bringing that up. I recently learned that some of the, and I'm not sure what the technical term is, I'm just gonna say tasers, are potentially like outdated. Do you have some tasers that are outdated versus some that are newer?
Yes, taser technology is ever so changing with Axon. I want to say they're got like Model 10s out there now, and we have maybe like the X26s. So ours are pretty outdated, and I don't believe Axon is issuing those or have replacements for those right now.
So the ones that you guys currently have, from what I was told, some of them, if utilized, the officer has to manually turn on the camera versus the other ones activate on their own as soon as they're pulled?
No, the ones that we currently have now, they do sync up with our body-worn camera, and it's through the battery that's inserted into the taser that has the Bluetooth connectability. So that is, we do have that now. So when the taser is taking off of safe mode and put into armed mode, it automatically activates the officer's body-worn camera, and anybody within the geofence, so many feet within that officer, those cameras also get automatically activated.
Great, just wanted to make sure there was budget for that if not. Okay. Any other
Madam Chair,
discussion?
I'd like to correct a statement that I made earlier. So if you refer back to the staffing list, the authorized staffing list includes not only the officers, but it also includes all sworn members of the police department. So that's the corporals, sergeants, lieutenants, captains, and chief. And if you add those up for fiscal year 26-27, you will see that does add up to 117.
Thank you.
Thank
But
you.
then I have a follow-up question. So if that's the case, then we still have a vacancy as of February, just 29 vacancies. So we've got 29 people in positions that you just referred to, but yet we also have 29 vacancies as of the 24th of February, both of which would put you in a position to add up to 117.
That's correct. Can you rephrase your question? I'm not
Well,
following.
so you're telling me that we have two sets of numbers that get us to 117. we have 29 vacancies of officers. That takes us to, so you add 88 and 29, that takes us to 117.
I think that's a coincidence. So if you take 117, which is the total number of authorized sworn positions that we have, and you subtract all the vacancies that are shown as of 2/24/25, that will get you to that same number.
I think what he's saying is that it's not technically officers, it's sworn positions in totality that we're looking at for the 117.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, but let me see if I understand this correctly. We just told that the goal is 117 officers. That's the way I heard it. Police officers, correct?
Sworn staff, yes.
Police officers. Or are we talking about officers, captains, lieutenants, sergeants?
So I think where the confusion may lie is that they are all sworn officers, but not every sworn officer is a captain or a sergeant. So it's kind of like a square rectangle type deal. So if you add it up, it's because there are, like right now, there are vacant lieutenants, there are vacant sergeants. I'm not sure if there is there still a vacant captain position?
Yes.
Yeah, there's still a vacant, well, and this is something that's, I think, changed as of here. There's a vacant captain position. So if you take all of those, like the sergeants, lieutenants, and all that, that is included in the 29 officers altogether.
Okay.
So like the two sergeants that are vacant, those are part of the 29 that is vacant under officers, because they're all officers, but not all officers are those other things. And I believe it was broken out this way just so it was clear, so then you could see where things lined up when it came to the chain of command. So it's clear that we have now we have a police chief. We had our captain spots filled. Now there's a vacancy. Out of the 6 lieutenant spots that there's supposed to be, there's 2 vacancies. Out of the 12 sergeant spots that there's supposed to be, there's 2 vacancies. They're all officers, but not all of the officers would fit into those spots, so they all kind of compress together like that.
Okay. So I have another question. How many police officers? Patrol, yes, patrol, thank you. How many patrol officers are we in need of right now? Because it's not clear on here, especially now that we know that the captain, your lieutenant, sergeant, all of those positions are included in this 29, the number 29, so vacancies. So how many patrol officers do we currently have? How many do we need? We know how many we have right now, but I think we really need to know how many we actually need to meet the DOJ agreement.
Yes, so if my math is correct, I'm looking at, we have 59 at the officer level. We have 59 with 9 vacancies. We should be at roughly 68. If you look at the corporal rank, we have 3 active corporals and we have 4 vacancies. If you look at the sergeants, we have 9 active sergeants with 3 vacancies. We have currently 4 active lieutenants with 2 vacancies. And as far as the captain is, we have 1 current captain with up to 2 vacancies with the DOJ agreement with the additional captain position. So in theory, we're 9 officers that are vacant, if that makes sense.
No, it just adds. Okay, and the DOJ agreement does not speak to the overall staffing. The DOJ agreement just speaks to the creation of the public standards unit, and that has a captain, sergeant, 1 officer added, and then, as I said, the city attorney's office got a deputy city attorney, but that role will be filled by an assistant level city attorney.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving forward to item 4-4, restructuring of our ad hoc committees and membership. Staff presentation, please.
So this has been before the council or before the committee a couple of times in the past, where basically, as you all remember, last year when you made your ad hocs, there was 5 different ad hocs that were there. This is kind of an attempt to consolidate them to just have a total of 3. And some of the ad hocs that were made before have already expired, so there's no motion to abolish those. The recommended motion here would just be essentially for the committee to abolish whatever standing ad hocs currently existed, and then to reform them as outlined in the staff report, which I believe is, I know there's 3 committees, I just don't remember the exact.
Policy, use of force, complaints, internal affairs, and hiring processes.
Yes.
Yeah, they are policy, use of force, and complaints, internal affairs, and hiring processes. Is there a motion this evening to dissolve the policy, use of force, and complaints, internal affairs, and hiring processes and create?
Do we want to see about public comment?
Oh, I'm sorry. I should know, considering. Public comment?
And yes, and I'm sorry, just before the public comment, I want to make one thing just a little to clear it up. So the complaints, internal affairs, and hiring processes, I believe those are the ones that at least some of them have dissolved over this time period. So it would be all of whatever the work those were supposed to do would then come under the umbrella of police practices. So to kind of consolidate that there to hopefully help the committee be more effective and efficient in being able to take these things instead of having basically everybody spread thin to try and fill out all the commissions or all the ad hoc commissions.
You're not clear. Okay. I see 1, policy, 2, use of force, 3, complaints, internal affairs, and hiring processes. So we had 5. So these are the 3 new ad hocs that you were saying, instead of really dissolving, just restructuring to those 3, policy, use of force, and then the 3rd one has all the complaints, internal affairs, and hiring process. We're just trying to make sure and get clarity here, because listening to so many folks that don't know what's going on, it's very confusing. So, thank you. Yeah, because come on now. Get up there and speak right.
Nicole?
Be clear.
Yeah, so once again, I'm a little confused by this too. So is the policy, use of force, and complaints and internal affairs and hiring processes, is that one? I don't see no community engagement. That's why I'm like, where is that at? Is this all of the committees? Is this just turning all of this into one committee? So I'm very confused. I'm also not seeing, well, go into that too. So I'm confused because I see that even with this being an ad hoc committee, when I'm just sitting here thinking about it. So what is the point in this? So you guys, you have these ad hocs. I'm kind of thinking about complaints because, you know, I think about like how some of the people that I deal with on the streets, unhoused people, they want to put in complaints, but they don't really want to because the same people that they're saying harassing them are the same people that are dealing with the complaints. So I'm just totally confused at like, do you guys see the complaints that they send you, that APD sends you, like specific complaints? Are you just talking about the process of that? How is this going to council? Like, what is the point in, I just don't understand what the point is of doing this. Is it just for research? I'm just kind of confused. So yeah, I'm just kind of confused by this because like I said before, like when I first came, like I understand that you guys bring recommendations to the council, try to figure out some of these different issues that we have or things that need to be fixed. You guys are working on the policy, amazing work, doing that. But I'm just still confused. Like when it really boils down to it, the council is the one that makes the policy changes and deals with the budget. So even when we talk about the budget, so are you guys, after we have a meeting about the budget, are you guys going to speak to the council to bring your recommendations? Because that's the whole purpose of this commission, because we want to see those policy and budget changes and things like that. So I'm just a little confused, but yeah, that's all I had to say. Thanks.
Is there any other public comment?
Seeing none.
Thank you. Do you guys want to discuss before I set for motion? Go ahead.
Yes, I believe a good point has been brought up that if we're going to have a ad hoc committee that focuses on complaints, how are we going to tackle that? Are we going to physically see the complaints that the community members have filed with APD? Or are we going to go through the manual and see if modifications need to be made? Because I believe we have already went down that road before. That's a very important point that was just brought up. I believe that the hiring process, that it should be a third ad hoc for that. So instead of having 2 ad hocs, I believe if I'm saying this correctly, we should have a total of 3, with the hiring process being the third one. Yes, if that makes sense. So
I want to clarify really quickly that these policies these ad hocs are ad hocs that we already had.
Right.
They're being dissolved and combined into policing standards or policing practices.
Okay.
So I think right now what you're saying is you would like the hiring process to be separated out of this and created as an additional ad hoc.
Yes, so 2 ad hoc committees.
So all in totality, that would be hiring process, police practices, community engagement, budget, and training, which the police chief just asked us to form as well.
Right.
And that would have to be agendized.
Next.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And then also, we may want to look at on how we're going to handle the complaints process.
So currently, we have, they actually just did our complaint review at our last APOC meeting. So we have an agreement, and that was for 2024, a full annual complaint report. And then they will report out quarterly to us. There are legal restrictions on what they can share with us, but based on the annual report that they gave us, at each quarterly report, we can look at the numbers associated with the report outs and then determine how many are pending, outstanding, et cetera, or have been resolved.
I think what people want to know is if we're gonna go through each complaint, see if they're resolved, right? I think that makes more sense to the public if we did that. And I know there's legal boundaries, but is there any way we can look at certain complaints, like some use of force or some, I don't know, unhoused complaints?
And I think that's great. If we could actually form the ad hoc, we would be able to send an email and ask that question.
Okay. Yeah, and
Because a very important point has been brought up, and I was thinking about it earlier today. We really need to have be more involved in the complaint process. And I know we are not privy to a lot of information. I'm aware of that, but coming to us and giving us a breakdown of how many complaints was filed and how many was resolved and not resolved, I just think that that's not going to
It's
be
vague.
enough for us as a
Vague.
police commission. I mean, we are here advocating on the behalf of the community, and that's what we need to do.
All I will say that there are very strict limits on what information you can be allowed to see. And some of the information I know that the council or the commission would like to see is legally we cannot do. So that's one of the issues that we have there. You know, with when somebody makes, whether it's a police report or a complaint, especially a complaint about police officers, those are all very private things. There's lots of personal information in there, and these are all things that the legislature, so far above us, has already decided that that's stuff that is, it is confidential information. So I think the purpose of this is so then the committee can give some oversight to the department, make sure they are working on their stuff in an effective and efficient manner. But, and this is something, once the ad hoc is created and a question can be sent to the city attorney's office regarding what information there can be, that's something that we can research and look into. But I can state here quite comfortably saying that there is, when it comes to the particular, certain particular reports, the information contained in there, and for a number of different reasons, that may not be stuff that can be disclosed even to the commission.
And then also just wanted to highlight that, like, as we go through the reports, and I agree with you, I do think the complaints have come up from the day we started doing this work, right? Just making sure that as we analyze, like, the data, how complaints are received, collected, that we remember that, you know, like, our scope is to, if we see a flaw, is to change the policy to make it more efficient so that whatever flaws we find, you know what I mean, can change. And that really, by going into the details of what the complaint is about, would not help us do that.
So I think best practices would be for the public is to come to our meetings, voice that they've made a complaint. And if they are comfortable going to the details of those complaints, we can look into those things as well, and also follow up with the department to see what the process is with that complaint. So, I mean, those watching at home, that might be your best option.
Or send an email.
Or send an email.
Yep. Okay.
So just looking at this, you know, consolidation, and I take your point about the hiring process, but I also think that if we look at public safety hiring processes, aren't some of these fairly standardized based on post and based on some of the other things that are mandated as far as applications, background checks, psychological evaluations? I mean, all of those things, it's not as if we're going to be able to say, add this or take away that. Is that correct?
Well, yes, there is certain legally mandated procedures that must be followed, so maybe adding additional things may not be appropriate. I'm not having done the research, I don't know exactly what, but I do know there are a number of things that are required to be done, and there's only certain things that can be done. For example,
Correct.
There may be certain things that you may not be able to add for various different reasons.
And likewise, things that we wouldn't be able to remove.
Correct.
So in that spirit, and to allow us to try to move this forward, I make the motion that we restructure and combine policy use of force and complaints, internal affairs and hiring processes to a police practices ad hoc committee.
Is there a second?
Yes, I second it.
Thank you. Can we have a vote, please?
The motion passes to combine the policy, use of force, complaints, internal affairs, and hiring process into police practices ad hoc committee.
As staff question, are we assigning commissioners to this ad hoc this evening? I see the resolution is attached.
Yes.
Yes,
Just to remind you that all the ad hocs must have 3 or less members. The purpose of the ad hoc is to avoid having a quorum met, so then that's work that can be done without having to call a special meeting or a full meeting. So essentially, that allows the 3 people to be able to come together on their own accord, set their own schedule to get their work done, and then at the regular meetings that are done, of course, we have a section on the agenda for the ad hoc report outs. That's when the ad hoc, once they've done something, they would come and they would tell the rest of the committee and the public what they had been working on, what they had been able to accomplish, or maybe where they were facing challenges or loggerheads.
Thank you. I am going to just suggest that myself and my co-chair remain in this ad hoc as we're on the Lexipol team, and that will leave an open seat for other commissioners who are interested. Don't jump too fast.
Well, I'd like to ask a question. So do we have to go through this process to fill out the budget ad hoc committee and the community engagement?
Yes, we do.
So with all due.
That wouldn't be tonight because it's not on the
No,
agenda.
I understand that. I'm just trying to get the clarification because it appears that those have had like vacancies for forever.
Correct. That is correct. So that at the future agenda item was going to be my addition for May 9th. Yes. Okay. Is there anyone interested in joining said ad hoc? I hear you. Okay. Okay. So we have Commissioner Alec Wachi joining us on.
Well, I believe there would have to be a motion to have the 3 members of the committee appointed to the ad hoc committee.
Is there a
But I'm sorry, can I just, I wanted to have a short discussion.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Haddon is not present on tonight.
Mm-hmm.
So I would ask that this item be tabled until the next commission meeting on the 19th
So
of May.
there could be a motion to table it. It would be up to the commission to decide whether or not they want to table it. All I'll state is just that by any decision that were to be made tonight would be a legally valid decision because there is a quorum. And so the fact that there may be a member here, of course, if the commission would like to have everybody present for this vote, it can be tabled. If not, a motion could be made to continue forward, but that would be up to the commission to decide.
So I respect that position 100%. And so let's say we get to the 19th and somebody else isn't here. I think that, this item has been sitting on this agenda since March. And I think that if it is acceptable and we look ahead to the fact that we're going to also be bringing the budget ad hoc committee, the community engagement subcommittee, and apparently a training subcommittee or ad hoc committee forward, that it would be entirely appropriate for commission members to express their interest in participating ahead of time. I don't think that would be considered a violation of the Brown Act to say, hi, this is something I'm interested in. And then the people who are here vote and we move forward.
Correct.
I just don't think we can sit here another 2 weeks without getting this handled.
Well, I will just state, because the Brown Act was brought up, and there will be a Brown Act training that is going to be put on for the commission in the near future. But one of the things to be careful of is when there's communications going on between the commissioners. For example, if one person is saying to everyone, hey, I want to be on this committee, that could potentially lead to a Brown Act violation because it's like they're kind of gathering the votes before the vote goes out. So it's very important to make sure that the discussions, if somebody had already expressed an interest in it at an open meeting, that's one thing. But having it be expressed not in the public light, that could lead to an issue.
Understood, and thank you for that clarification. In the event someone wasn't able to attend a meeting, for example, Commissioner Haddon's not here this evening, is it acceptable for her to reach out to the chair or to the city manager or to the clerk's office and say, please inform the body that I am interested in being a participant on this commission? Is that something that is acceptable so that if somebody's absent, they're not just excluded out of hand?
I am going to lean on the side of no. There could be, even if there would be a circumstance that it might be proper, I'm having difficulty seeing that circumstance, and I think the prudent advice would be that there shouldn't be communications and sharing of that in a private forum. If it's fine in a public forum, which is why I think Commissioner Lacey Ho may have brought up even though a motion wasn't made, had suggested maybe having a motion to table this matter, so then it would give anybody who's not here, and eventually this commission's going to be fully staffed. It's going to have the full 7 members. It would give the opportunity for that to happen as well. And of course, if there were to be a change, the ad hoc members could be changed in the future upon a hearing and a vote from the council, of course, after public comment. But I would counsel against it's fine to have internal communications when it comes to scheduling, things of that nature, but when it comes to committee business, it should not be discussed behind closed doors. Unless, of course, I will say for the ad hocs, it's a little bit different because the ad hocs are specifically established to do certain business.
So I
understand I understand everything that you said, but so basically what you're also saying to me is that if I have a conversation with the chair one-on-one, that's a violation of the Brown Act?
It could be. I don't know what the conversation is. It's a fact-specific thing. And as I said, there's going to be a training more on that, but there is the potential that it could be a Brown Act violation under a bunch of different circumstances. And that's one of the difficulties that comes with this, but it's also one of the things that make sure that there is transparency with the entire thing. There's, so the public can trust that either it be a council or commission isn't having their business behind closed doors, is that they're doing it all out in the public as it should be, or as it's been mandated by law. So if it's just a planning thing, if somebody's gonna say, hey, I'm not gonna be here, that's one thing. If you're on an ad hoc and you're discussing ad hoc business, that's also another thing. But for something such as this, where it's a decision that the entire committee is going to be making to determine.
No, you're not, that wasn't my question. My question was, if I reach out to the chair with a question about an agenda item, I'm not talking about this motion. If I reach out to the chair one-on-one with a question or with something related to business, because you just sort of contradicted yourself, because if we're talking as an ad hoc committee, which is 3 people, which is less than a quorum, less than a majority, that is not a violation of the Brown Act. So I fail to see how a one-on-one communication is a violation of the Brown Act. That's all I'm trying to get clarification on.
There's a couple different ways it could become a violation. May not be a violation when it happens, but there are a couple different ways it could become a violation. For
I
example,
understand, if it were a serial communication, yes. I'm just specifically talking one-on-one.
if it were to be just a one-on-one communication, the answer, I mean, I apologize, I have to give you the lawyer's answer. The lawyer's answer is, it depends. It could be, I don't know what the communication is, but there could be certain communications that could be deemed to be a violation of the Brown Act. For example, if you were to say, I'm thinking of voting this way, that's just a communication between two people, and that is a Brown Act violation. So,
Point taken.
that's why.
Look, it depends.
Point taken. Point taken.
So it's
I always want to get past this. So thank you, Susan, for the input. Thank you, Kevin, for the input or the output. I don't know. I do recall a few meetings ago, and before we started our first ad hocs in our last, what's it called? Service as commissioners in the beginning. I remember Treva specifically wanted to be on internal affairs, complaints, and hiring process. And she mentioned that she was very interested in the work that we've been doing with Lexipol. I say to like, just do it. Like, you know, Treva, I know this is something that you wanted. The chair, myself, and Treva, let's just do it so we can move on. I mean, that's.
She also mentioned that it was too much work for her.
Oh. Oh, there we go.
Okay, and
Do we have a, go ahead.
I'm sorry, and let me be fair, she also had said at our last APOC meeting that she could not decide right then and there. So with that being said, you know, let's go forward. Let's just go forward.
Chair?
Motion?
I just want to just mention that the first motion didn't state the 12 months, or if you want to do 6 months. So if the next motion, when you choose your commissioners, if you can also add how long you want the duration of the ad hoc,
Absolutely.
please. Thank you.
It didn't include the time frame, so we need a new motion with the time frame. Correct, but we need a new motion with the time frame.
So here, you know, just for the sake of expediency, there could be a motion. There could be a motion either to table this or to appoint the 3 members who are going to be part of the ad hoc, and then include the time that the ad hoc is going to exist.
I make a motion that Commissioner Alakwachi, Co-Chair Williams, and myself be appointed to police practices for a 12-month period. Is there a second?
Second.
Yes, they can. Mhm. Did everybody vote?
Okay, so the motion to have Commissioners Eloquachi, Vice Chair Williams, and Chair Taylor on the Police Practices Ad Hoc Committee for a duration of 12 months passes 5-0.
Moving forward to item 5, public comments.
One second, please. Okay, Leslie May.
All right, so the first thing I want to see clear objectives in APD budget focuses on mental health services for Antioch officers. Also, what monies are allocated toward community engagement that are proactive, what type of metric system will be used for to measure the success of this. I also want to put it on record that ex-Mayor Lamar Hernandez Thorpe initiated the hiring with incentives program that we are seeing the results of today, not Mayor Ron Bernal. So for
Excuse me, sorry to interrupt, but could...
I'm reclaiming my time. You're not supposed to interrupt me. I'm reclaiming my time.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
What part do you not understand? You start over again? Because now I don't even know what part I was at where she said she doesn't understand what I was saying.
Your time is still paused. What part did you need clarification on?
She can't interrupt her. You're the chair.
She's right. I know. You're right. I understand. You're right. Okay. Your time is going to start again. She said that she didn't hear the name of the incentive program for the police department.
Okay. Is this on? Okay. I said I wanted to see what monies are allocated toward the community engagement, ad hoc or community engagement process that are proactive, because the APD has written that in, is in writing. So what type of metric system will be used to measure success with their community engagement? Also, I want to put it on record that ex-mayor Lamar Hernandez Thorpe initiated the hiring with incentives programs that we are seeing the results of today, not Mayor Ron Bernal. Also, I would suggest commissioners receive an additional binder so they can read past presentations to APOC at the time they are selected. That way they can be up to speed when they come in here. And the final comment is that, you know, it's tiring coming here and watching the community get gaslit and tying the hands, some things. It's tying the hands of APOC to ensure they don't meet the DOJ measures, plus ensuring DEI continues here in this city. Well, they want it really to go now because we have a lot of people that support 4547. What I see is the attorneys, everybody's so busy trying to make the commission look bad until it's obvious to just everybody that has even a high school education and not just racially prejudiced, that you guys are really trying to kill off this commission. But I want you to know that information and evidence is being gathered to file huge suits here in this city, because we see as the public what you guys are doing. We also see the gaslighting. We see everybody's working to please Chief Bernal, just like you're running behind Chief 4547. It's not going to work here because we're ready for you. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment?
Nicole?
All right, so I wrote down some notes here. So it's my understanding, just from going to these city council meetings for many years, that after the ad hocs are 6 months, right? And then after the 6 months, then I believe that you can add another 6 months, and then it becomes a standing committee. Another note that I wrote down was that so when you guys do have your ad hoc committees meetings, it would be great that you include or invite the public, and to also, like, how is that process going? How are you? I know you guys don't have a Facebook or an Instagram, but I think that it's important that we let the community know. Of course, you know, advocates, community members, we do the best that we can to let them know about these meetings, but I think it's important for you all, especially, you know, the people that are on these ad hoc committees, to publish that in some type of way to let the community members know, because a lot of folks don't know what's going on up in here, but want to be included and invited, especially when it comes to some of these ad hocs. And I was saying something at first, but then I kind of realized that I believe that it is okay for a absent commissioner to reach out to even someone, let's say the chair, and say, you know, can you recommend that I want to be on this commission? I never heard, I've studied the Brown Act myself, and I've never heard that that would be an issue. Is if she's not bringing anybody up, talking about voting, anything like that, I don't see why that would be an issue to reach out to the chair and say, you know, can you recommend me for this commission? I was saying go ahead with the vote, you know, at first, but then when I kind of think about it, I don't know, I'm kind of torn. between that. Like, if you go on, we got to get this stuff done. So I kind of agree with what you were saying. But at the same time, I know that it seemed like she was kind of passionate about what you guys just voted on. So she's kind of thrown off of that. So that's unfortunate. But I think that is it. And everything else I have to say is with upcoming future agenda items. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
No more public comments.
Upcoming and future agenda items?
We kind of have a list going already, don't we?
Oh, sorry, I like skipped over the ad hoc committee report out. Which we don't have a report out because we don't have our ad hoc committees formed fully with new members. I will say though for the Lexapol team that I did notify the group that I will be pulling our main 6 criteria policies and forwarding them to you all so that we all have the opportunity to give feedback, and then that feedback will go back to the full Lexapol team. Any other policies that you all want to take a deeper dive in, you're more than welcome to. And then whatever suggestions that you have can be sent over to us to bring to the Lexapol team as well, or as a body. The email thread? Yes.
So what you're saying is that all the policies that we already went over that fit our scope, we're gonna rework them with the.
No, just our main 6, the ones that are in our ordinance.
Mm-hmm.
So use of force,
Right.
all of those, I'm gonna just distribute to all of the commissioners.
Okay.
Those have not been worked in totality.
Okay.
Is there public comment? No? Okay. Discussion on that? Future agenda items. And yes, we have a list going.
Wait, hold on, wait. Wait.
Oh, did you have a public comment on the?
Ad hoc committee.
It was for ad hoc.
Oh, no.
Yes. So upcoming future agenda items. Yes, we have a list. Do you have public comment
Can you
for that?
read the list that we got so far?
Yes. Do you have public comment for? Go ahead.
Yes, so once again, I do want to bring up the community, APD's community engagement team, kind of going back to what I talked about before. As far as the dispatch, that's a problem. We definitely need to make sure that when people call dispatch, that they're bringing the right folks out. But I think that we really need to take a stronger look, or you guys really need to take a stronger look at our community engagement team and what they are doing when they are out there. What is the process, like seriously, from beginning to end? Because if there was 4 officers that showed up, I know we have 2 people that are on our community engagement team. If those 2 officers were there, I would not want them to be involved with no community engagement. We talk about community engagement all the time. I would not want those type of officers being okay with illegally detaining, handcuffing, this woman at this particular incident, and being involved with community engagement. What community engagement are we talking about? Why ain't they out there trying to play basketball with us with the youth? Why aren't they out, trying to do all these different? That's community engagement to me. This type of thing is not community engagement. So we really need to take a strong look at what they are doing out there on our streets, because like I said before and have said many a times, our Black and brown communities and our poor communities have been traumatized by this police department. I had so much faith, and I was trying to have so much faith in our new city manager, our new chief, and I understand that they don't know exactly everything that's going out there on the streets. You know what I mean, with these officers. But it's hard to have trust with them, even trying to do community engagement, anything with them, if they're still out there affecting and traumatizing and harassing our Black and brown community members and our poor community members that are on the street. So please, please try to figure out what this community engagement team is doing. That is just so important to me, that we have somebody come up here, either the chiefs, anybody. I know the city manager last time we were here, she was saying that she would handle that. Yeah, we need to figure this out, and because maybe they need to be doing something else. We have so many other people in the community talking about how police, they're not police is not coming. You look at the tier that the dispatch person just said, you're on tier 3. If your house got broken into, you're on tier 3, but yet we have people over here, community engaged over here messing with homeless people, a homeless woman that's just laying on the ground on the sidewalk trying to go to sleep. So maybe those officers don't even need to be doing that. Maybe they need to be doing something else. So if you can look into that, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to highlight that the in-house sweeps it was agendized, but the report was not ready, so it will be coming on a future agenda item. To answer your question, currently we have the addition of commissioners on the ad hocs, the review of the budget, of course, the in-house sweeps, and then the executive order that is now listed on our ordinance. Is there any other items? You left. Your microphone.
So we've got the filling out the rest of the ad hocs, the executive order, and what was the third one? Sorry.
The budget discussion and
Budget discussion.
the unhoused sweeps. And this is, like our priorities, and when I submit them, they can or may get adjusted based on the availability of the reports.
I would just like to add that, I believe it is important that we get a presentation, see if we can get a presentation from the community engagement team. Because even though I know that it exists, but I am not sure what it is they do.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we need to have that information. Also, I believe it'd be helpful if we have a presentation from the economic development team. I'm sure they have already done one at the city council meetings.
And what scope for us? How does that apply to us?
Yes, because they are part of the, if I'm reading this correctly, they are part of the budget. Yes, they are part of the budget. Yes, but I don't know. And I looking at this, I'm assuming they're part of the police department budget.
They are not in a scope that applies to us.
Okay.
But if you want to look that over and then send an email to me or something in regards to, how you feel it applies to an agenda item, I think it's something we could do later.
And I know there was some discussion on it earlier in our meeting tonight, but this report here, I was reading through it and I thought it was the police department's budget for the year of 2025 and 2026.
So you want the economic development to come and present on the budget?
Yes, because they are a part of it, if I'm reading this correctly.
That was a no.
Okay, no, okay.
So the item that was included in this agenda packet was the entire budget item that was presented at that meeting in March. So that included information that was outside the scope of this commission. So it included an overall citywide budget summary, and that's what you're seeing here. So that was just included because it was part of that report.
Okay, got it.
One of the other things I think we're gonna need to start to at least look ahead toward is where we will be holding our 2 meetings that are not here at City Hall.
Absolutely.
And kind of not both, I think looking at location and timing. And then this is sort of a request. I think that if being mindful of staff's general workload, it would be helpful, I think, for the commission and for the public if rather than simply having somebody make a presentation where they are just speaking to us or reading information, we need information in writing. There needs, whether it's an outline or an overview, it doesn't necessarily have to be a PowerPoint, but when we're getting statistics like we got tonight, trying to listen and take that in and make it all correlate is extremely difficult, I believe. And I think that it adds to the transparency and provides the public with a better understanding of what's being shared as well. Otherwise, folks have to go back and try to look at recordings, and that's a little difficult.
I agree.
Can you remind me if we've done a presentation on hate crimes yet?
I don't think we have.
Okay, that's in our scope, so you should add that to the agenda.
That's good. Any other future agenda items? All right, cool. So I have our ad hoc confirming commissioners, the budget discussion, unhoused sweeps, the executive order, hate crimes, community engagement team. Of course, these will have to be like prioritized. That would be an extremely full agenda. But we can always like roll some over and have 2 agendas, and we can talk about these at the next meeting as well.
No, never mind. Because I was gonna say, I know that we had discussed going to 1 meeting a month, but I don't think it's necessary now because there's so much work to do. So I'm just gonna.
We're there. It's time to work.
Yeah.
Okay. So no more future agenda items?
Can I just, and I'm sorry, I think if we can get those ad hocs fleshed out at that next meeting, I know that there's a lot, I think that's important because those 2 issues are critical. So thanks.
I agree.
And I have a question about the ad hocs. So I know that we don't have meetings in July, right?
Correct.
So do we still participate in our ad hoc meetings
Yes,
in July?
you can.
Yes,
Okay.
you may still participate in the ad hocs. That's the purpose of having it with less than a quorum.
Yeah,
So that's work that can be done without having to have a noticed public meeting.
okay. I was just asking because I might have to leave town in July at some point, in early August, so.
Do it over Zoom. You'll be fine. Okay, so we'll move on to commissioner report outs. We each have 3 minutes for the new commissioners to report out anything that you feel fits within the scope of the work that we do here. And we can just start from Commissioner Kennedy and go down the line.
One thing I just wanted to raise and put on everybody's radar, especially since May is Mental Health Awareness Month, there is an article that I came across last week that the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department will not be responding to calls that are related to a mental health crisis unless a crime has occurred, a crime is in progress, or someone other than the person in crisis was deemed to be in imminent danger. And I just think that that is, I'm happy to share that article if folks are interested in that. But you know, that is a very concerning position. Granted, there are a lot of, you know, things that happen with these calls that are problematic, but I think to simply say, we're not going, is a little concerning as well. And I just thought that I would raise that, given that mental health is something that becomes an increasingly critical part of the equation. So that's all I have for tonight. Thanks.
Commissioner Oha?
Well, you know, I really don't have anything to report out, but what I like to say is that on Saturday, in the city of Hayward, myself and several of us from the East County NAACP attended the meeting with the California State president. And it was mentioned that I was part of APOC and that NAACP had recommended me. So the president of the California State NAACP, this person oversees every branch in California. You know, he came to me and he spoke to me and said, congratulations, I know you got your work cut out for you. But the NAACP, we as officers, I am the second vice and Commissioner Williams, he's on the executive committee. We are up and running, and if there's any thing that I can assist with in terms of the NAACP, you know how to reach me. Thank you.
I'm gonna call you. Commissioner Williams. Oh, do you want to report out? Okay.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. That's all I had to report out, is that I was appointed third vice of NAACP's county chapter. Got my work cut out for me. That's pretty much it. I'm happy to be back from vacation and getting back to work with you all.
Thank you. Glad both of you are here. This is your first meeting together, right? So welcome to both of you together officially as commissioners. On May 22nd, there will be an event at Intentional Event Spaces on Lone Tree Way. It is access to victims' compensation. We'll have several survivors come out and give their testimonies, and then share just education and resources on how community members can gain access to victim services and compensation. On September 20th, at the same location, there will be a social justice pageant for youth. So all youth who are involved in any kind of civic engagement, social justice work, registration is open. I will bring more information on May 19th to give out. And on this Saturday that just passed, I spent some time with Sergeant Price, who has been doing a lot of the hiring of our new officers. Shout out to him, very lively person. We were at a resource fair together, and just encouraging all of y'all to go down to APD, do your ride-alongs, meet the officers that we have working there. Great folks. And that is it for my report out. Any staff communications?
No staff communications.
On May 22nd, the victims' compensation is 6 to 8 p.m. And then on September 20th for the Youth Justice Pageant, that's an all-day event. It's from babies at 9 a.m. to around, I think, 6 p.m. for the older children. Next meeting is May 19th, 2025 at 6:30 p.m. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
I would like to make a motion to adjourn.
Do we have a second?
Second.
I'm gonna vote, please. Yay, let's go home.
Motion to adjourn at 8:47 passes 5-0.